Guterman here with the Strat-O-Matic network, and we are in a new date, September 22, and a new series, the New York Yankees at the Boston Red Sox. This is the first of a 4-game series. And I'm going to go ahead and set up the score sheet as my coffee is brewing. Oh, Lord. And I'm giving this high shot just so I can, so you can maybe see a little overall what I'm doing. Mike Garman started this game in real world, and I just don't know. I mean, I don't have the card. Red Sox won this one 4-3. He had a 4.38 ERA in 12 innings. I just don't know about using a nameless player. I'm not in the mood. I'm gonna check to see what their rotation looks like. I might use someone else, and it would be a right-hander if possible. Lord, the Red Sox used a lot of pitchers in the last game. My Lord, Jarvis, Klein, Landis, Siebert, and Loyal. Oh, God. It was a 14-11 game that the Tigers beat them. Henley, Jesus Christ. Need to check to see if Lyle relieved in real world in this game. I just want to see if he pitched in the other game, the 20th. Otherwise, he's not available. Yes, he did. So he's not available. So, big question mark as to who the Red Sox would use. If they needed anybody. Let's see, New York. Tell me the Yankees were off on the 20th. Wait a minute. They were. Okay, so they're pretty clean. Okay. Yankees are clean. They had an off day. Now the question is, do the Red Sox have anybody, a right-hander who I might use? I don't care how bad he is. I use Siebert in relief. He's not available. Use Landis, Klein, Jarvis. My God. Maybe Ken Brett, but he's a left-hander. Romo Navy. Oh, let's see. I'll just go ahead and use a nameless player, Garmin, for Garmin. .38 ERA. He had 2 starts. A 4.38 ERA. I don't deal with anything else. He walked 10 in 12 innings. That's not good control. Ridiculous. Really, there's nothing, nobody who would qualify. He had no home runs. We will convert those to singles, 2 asterisks, the ones he has on his card. Of course, a hitter could get a home run off their card. And he is a right-hander, Garmin. Good morning, Kathy Harden. Looking at all the pictures that they use, my goodness. I'm just in a little pregame setup here to see who's going to start for the Red Sox. Because it's a nameless player, Mike Garman. I want to just see something here. Wagner started last game. Stange. Brett. 19, 20, 21. I hate to do that. And they have Romo. Brett again. Nagy. They have Garmin again. I'll just go with Garmin. Okay. Comes in with 0 wins. Peterson. Twelve wins. And I'm gonna throw in these lineups now. Let me just have a little coffee here. My first sip of coffee. Oh. Oh. That reminds me, I have to email myself the latest updated standings and leaders. 9/21. This is the first game of September 22, everybody. There we go. Okay. Let's get these folks in here. McDonald again. I think he's a nameless, I think he's a carded electronic player. Yeah. Sure he played first. Yeah. Oh, let's get these Yankees out. Whew. Munson and Bomer. There's your starter, Fritz Peterson. He's a -4 hold. Whoops. It's a 4. Oh. God, this is getting gooey. God. -2E11. Munson is a -2. It's a Peterson a -5 max. Oh, God. Now we'll set up the Red Sox. What the hell am I doing? Why is this team out here? God. Okay, we'll set up the Red Sox now. Again, it's Billy Canigliaro leading off. First and second. We're going to set up a Make him a 3 fielder. Make him a let me just see Garmin. That's why I don't like doing nameless players. Wow. He was 2 for 5. Whoa. Oh, Lord. With no home runs. Okay. Well, to be fair, we'll make him a 6W, and he's a right-handed. I mean, that's crazy. Right-handed batter, but no home runs. And as far as fielding goes, you know, we're gonna make him average a 3. We'll give him the 16 like Peterson, but we'll give him a 0 hold, because I really have no way of knowing what is with that. And he allowed no home runs. This is a nameless player that is average to poor. Actually, I should maybe have gone with an average. Yeah, we'll go with the average. But any home run, well, we'll just go with the way the card is. Okay, I'm not going to change it. He didn't allow any homers in 12 innings. But we'll just change it. I mean, that's why it's really so silly to be using people like this. Fortunately, it's a relatively meaningless game. Him a 4. Oops. Oh. Yeah, that's better. Karl. And as ridiculous as it is, we'll have Gorman. in here with a 0 hold, and that would make it him a 0. We're doing our best. Since he had let up no home runs, we'll convert these to single 2 asterisks to make that more realistic, and we'll give him a he started 2 games. In this one, he went 7 innings, so we'll give him a 6 endurance. Just to try to and some people are really against nameless players, and I'm not a fan of it. I'd rather use somebody else. I'd rather find a starter. And you look at how many pitchers they used in the last game. They used 7, including the starter. And that leaves us nobody. I'll tell you what, depending on how many games Siebert pitched. Let me just check something one more time. Not that this really matters. Let's see. Wagner started the last game. Stange is unavailable. He started on the 20th. Now, if he only pitched an inning or 2, you know, he would be available. I just don't like being put in this position. Stange pitched 6 innings. Tell you what I'm going to do. I'm going to shoot off a quick email to my friend to see if he can send me Mike Garman. I know it's short notice. Otherwise, we'll use him. As is. Mike Garman. Sometimes he's unbelievable, and he's right by his email and he sends it to me. He's starts another game. Okay, I just sent it to him. So we're using him no matter what. Wouldn't it be something if he gets it over here? Wouldn't that be something? Let's go over our starting lineups. I'm going to try the best I can today, even though my heart is broken. My heart is shattered. But I'll just go batty if I sit around and do nothing. And I want to appreciate you all being here. Sometimes Rhodes Scholar shoots it right over. It's amazing, but I can't really expect it. So let's look at our opening lineups for today. This is the first of a 4-game series between the New York Yankees and the Boston Red Sox, a classic rivalry. We know Kathy Harden is for the Yankees. For the Yankees, it will be Horace Clarke leading off at second, Gene Michael at shortstop, Roy White in left, Bobby Mercer in center, Frank Tepedino in right field. Dave McDonald at first base, a left-handed hitter. And he has one of those mysterious blank cards. Munson behind the plate, Len Bomer at third, and Fritz Peterson with 12 wins on the season, the left-hander. And he won 17. As you can see, the Yankees have had a tough ride. I think they were either 2 games over or 2 games under 500. I'm not sure, something like that. They were about a 500 team, and they are 10 games under 500. So they've had a tough year. For the Boston Red Sox, it will be Billy Canigliaro leading off in left field. Andrews at second. Karl will play first. Smith in center. Rico Petrocelli at short. Tony Canigliaro in right field. George Scott at third. Jerry Moses behind the plate. And Mike Garman. Mike Garman, the pitcher. And this is Mike Garman's, just checking out Mike Garman, in case you're interested.
Interest is a feeling or emotion that causes attention to focus on an object.
Oh, Lord. That's when my thing comes up, my Siri thing. I need to eventually turn that off. This is his Major League debut. This is it. Okay. His major league debut was September 22. He only played about. He's from Caldwell, Idaho. Mike Garman. And I think maybe we should think of that being exciting. I know Kathy Harden may not be too excited because, she's really not a fan of the Red Sox or anything having to do with the Red Sox. And we're all set up here. And again, we're going to use Garman. He allowed no home runs, and therefore we're going to convert. We do the best we can. We're going to convert on this nameless player. This N home run to a single, 2 asterisks. Okay, it's just the way we do it. That's the way I do it. I mean, it's silly enough to be using a nameless player. Okay. You can't cover it all. Okay. It says that he has good control on this nameless player. He walked 10 in 12 innings. You just can't. The only thing we could hope is that my man Road Scholar would come through. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to take a break for about 3 minutes. Isn't that right, Kathy? You don't care about Mike Garman, do you? I'm going to take a break for about 5 minutes, 3 to 5. And when I come back, we will continue this ball game with or without the Mike Garman real card. And that's the setup, folks. The first of a 4-game series. We're on a new date. And by the way, I might tell you that this is let me just get this, see if I can pull this back. Here it is. This is a Monday, and September 22, 1969, and there's only 7 games scheduled. Giants play, the Braves play, the Cards play, but the Pirates are off. And as many of you may know, the Pirates continue to hold to a 3.5 game lead. By the way, the Padres have lost 14 in a row. I thought some of you might be interested in knowing that. I'm going to let you look at these standings here. This is through the 22nd. The Giants won on a walk-off 2-run home run. It was quite one of the better games that I've played in the bottom of the ninth by Bobby Bonds to win it, and therefore they have maintained 6.5 out, but Atlanta's magic number is 3. It is 3. The American League is much less interesting, as you can see. The only thing we have going here is that the Red Sox are 2.5 behind the Tigers, and so I guess they still have a chance, even though they're two behind in the loss column, to come back. Uh, and of course, Seattle and KC are battling it out for last place. Seattle's surprisingly doing better. By the way, Montreal is only a game behind the Phillies. Uh, I think that Rhodes Scholar is sleeping in tonight, or he's at church, or he's doing something far more important to send me a copy of Mike Garman. I'm going to take my break. It hasn't started yet. Where's this? There's that. And then when I come back, we will play ball. My name is Jeffrey Guterman, and this is the Strat-O-Matic Network. Hello, everybody. Jeffrey Guterman in Studio B, and we have the Yankees at the Red Sox, and boy, do we appreciate your patience. But that's the way things work here sometimes. Again, it's the first of a 4-game series. It's the first game of September 22 in 1969, as I think you can read up there. It'll be Fritz Peterson, left-hander for the Yankees. He's 112, and Mike Garman making his major league debut. We have not heard from Rhodes Scholar to see if we can get his real card. We're using a nameless player with some adjustments. We've done the lineups, and the Red Sox take the field. We are at Fenway, and here's Mike Garman, the right-hander. Remember, N home runs on his card are converted to single 2 asteroids. We have adjusted him the best we can. He went 2 for 5 batting. I'm going to make him a 4 WR. You could make him an 8. I mean, but, you know, he had no home runs. We're going to use a little poetic license, if you will. And leading it off for the Yankees is Horace Clarke, and there's one more change, one more adjustment I need to make here. And that is, I'm going to replace this red 20 die with a green. And Horace Clarke steps into the box. Here's Garman now. His major league debut. We confirmed it in his real-world major league debut and in our replay. The right-hander Mike Garman, the windup, and his first pitch in Major League Baseball. It's a 6-8 switch hitter batting left. He lines it to first, 1 out. And Kathy Harden for the Yankees. So Clarke lines to Yastrzemski at first. Yastrzemski hardly had to move on that. It was Clarke, switch hitter, batting left against this right-hander. And that will bring up Gene Michael. The Yankees have 3 switch hitters. And in fact, their lineup, only Munson and Bomer will bat right-handed. You either have left-handers or switch hitters in this Yankees lineup. Garman brought up from the minors here in September. Here's Gene Michael now. Garman, the windup, and the pitch. 3-5 right-handed, struck him out. So Garman has retired the first 2. In fact, he pitched well, I dare to say, in the real world in this game. The Red Sox won it 4-3. Garman went 7 and allowed 3 runs, which I would say is fairly good, given 5 hits in 7 innings. He did walk 6, but for a major league debut, and he got the win. Lyle got the save. Lyle is not available today. Hardly anybody's available today. We're really hoping They're hoping Gorman can go all the way, but I doubt it. Give a kid a nice welcome to the major leagues, says Kathy Harden. And that's so generous of Kathy, given that he's on the Red Sox, unless she's being sarcastic and means knock the cover off the ball. And again, you know, Rhodes Scholar will eventually come through, as he always does. And if and when he does, he starts again. He has a second start. We would use the card then. Here's White now, switch hitter. Batting left against Garman. Garman, the windup and the pitch. That's 3-8 right-handed, fly ball center for Reggie Smith under it. He makes the catch, and it's a 1-2-3 inning for Mike Garman. And after a half, it's Yankees nothing, Red Sox coming up. Well, here's Fritz Peterson looking for his 13th win of the season, left-hander. And leading it off for the Red Sox is Billy Canigliaro. Canigliaro, right-handed hitter. Here's Peterson now. He's set, and the pitch to Canigliaro. It's a 4-9 right-handed, and he struck him out. One down. We're in Fenway Park. Attendance 12,961. This was a night game, and we use our imagination. Red Sox won it 4-3 in real world. Pretty good crowd, 21,000 for two teams that are out of it. Here's Mike Andrews now. Here's Peterson. And the pitch to Andrews. That's 6-6 right-handed, grounds it to third. And Bomer fields it, throws it to McDonald at first for the second out. And now here's Karl Yastrzemski. 2 outs, nobody on, just underway here at Fenway in our 1969 replay. Got to get a different attitude, the way I look at things, or else I'm gonna just continue to disintegrate. I wake up every morning with a rotten feeling in my gut. I mean, it's just rotten, people. And by the time I get up and I start having some coffee and start playing Strat-O-Matic, that feeling is diminished. but I'm still not well. Here's Peterson now, facing Yastrzemski, lefty-lefty. The wind-up and the pitch. 5-3 left-handed. It's grounded back to Peterson. That's our first X today. He's a 216. To 16-7-2. Peterson gets it on a G3. E16 5-9-10. And he throws him out. And that retires the side. So it's a 1-2-3 inning for both pitchers. We've gone one inning. And there's no score. I throw in quips, existential, morbid quips every once in a while about my life, my depression. I've been such a selfish person. I have made so many mistakes, and I'm paying for them now. Eventually, things catch up to you. What goes around comes around. Here's Mike Garman now, the right-hander. He retired the Yankees in order in the first. It's going to be Mercer leading it off. Mercer, left-handed hitter. Like I said, all left-handed hitters in this lineup, with the exception of Munson and Bomer. And of course, and Peterson's a switch hitter, so he'll hit left. Here's Garman now. And the pitch to Mercer, 3-10 right-handed. He lines it to second, caught by Andrews. So Garman has retired the first 4 batters that he has faced in Major League Baseball. And indeed, I might say that is a nice welcome to the major leagues. In all seriousness, it was a 3-10 right-handed. Now here's Frank Tappagino. Tappagino, a left-handed hitter. Garman gets the sign from Moses. Here's the pitch to Tappagino. 4-12 left-handed, fly ball to right. And under that is Tony Conigliaro. Actually, it was a 4-10, I'm so sorry. 4-12, he had a right. And he's got it. Tony has crashed into the outfield wall recently. Some of you may not recall. It was quite a scene. It was back on a game played on the 18th of September within the replay. And just so happens I have a pretty long exposition of it. So here comes Powell, 1 out first. Just to let you all remember, but he's fine. And they took him to the emergency room because out of panic, I guess. Here's a replay of it. It was the Red Sox at the Orioles. It's only 4 days ago. We did not play him in the second game of the doubleheader. Oh, I hope all is well, Kathy, with the doctor. Sorry, Kathy. Drive safe and take care. Thank you, Kathy. In fact, Kathy may have missed this. Okay, here's Powell, first and third, 1 out. Infield back. Pitch to Powell. That's 4-3, left-handed, fly ball right X. Here it comes. That's Tony, 3-5. I'm not gonna play the whole thing. Just enough for you to see it happen. This might bring home the run. That's 3-5-7-3. It's an F1. That's a rare play on a 5. E5. 2-4-5 rare play. It's going to be an F1 rare play. Whoa. Outfielder races back to the wall, makes a diving catch, but ends up colliding with the wall. He holds on to the ball, but is dazed. All base runners tag and advance 2 bases before the outfielder recovers enough to throw the ball back into the infield. Holy cow. That has never happened. Holy cow. Tony Conigliaro is dazed out there. And I don't want to. Chico will score. Monton goes to third, and they're coming out to check him out. I'm going to take us back to the game. Whoa. It goes on for another. Sorry, Kathy missed that. This is a clip. Again, it was an F1 rare play. This is there it is. It's an 18-minute clip. I'm not going to go much longer because you did not come here to watch that, but we just want to let you know that the trainer came out and they weren't comfortable, and so they sent him to Boston General Hospital, and he was medically cleared promptly. Well, it's 2 outs back to the game. That catch was made by Tony, though, without any collision. And here's Dave McDonald. Dave McDonald, left-handed hitter. Garman has retired the first 5 Yankees in this ball game. Here's Garman now. And the pitch. That's going to be 6-9 against the left-hander. Oh my, again, a fly ball to right. I'm sorry, a fly ball to center. And Smith is under it. My goodness. And this Mike Garman has retired the first 6 Yankees in his major league debut. It was a 6'9" left-handed batter, fly ball to center. And this is an average card, folks. In case you're wondering, this is actually it's average. The only deviation really is his control, which is a lot worse than this card, his real world control, but it's a 1-2-3 inning again for the youngster Mike Garman. And we're heading to the bottom of the second. Peterson also retired the all batters in order, the 1-2-3 inning. He'll start now at the bottom of the second here. And if we happen to get the Garmin card sent to me, we'll just replace it. Hell yeah. So Peterson on the mound, and it'll be Reggie Smith to lead it off. Smith, a switch hitter, he'll bat right against Peterson. Here's Peterson now, the windup and the pitch to Smith. That's a 5-2. Right-handed, grounds to second, Horace Clark. Batting right-handed. Horace is a 216. Horace trying to get to that. (13-2), he gets to it on a G1, E16, 4-8-10, and he throws him out. So 4 in a row now for Peterson. No base runners yet in this ball game. And here's Rico Petrocelli. Red Sox really hoping they can get some innings out of Garman. Because again, they used 7 pitchers in a 14-11 loss to, geez, I forgot who it was. In their last game. I can tell you who it was in a second. It was against the Tigers. Yep. Okay, here's Rico now. Right-handed hitter, Peterson. And the pitch to Rico. 4-10, right-handed. That's a ballpark slash. First chance for a base runner. We play ballpark effects here. 4-10. It's a 16 right-hander in Boston. And that's going to be a line out to short, caught by Michael. Nice catch by Gene. Very nice catch. 2 outs. And Tony Conigliaro is the batter. So it's the brothers, Tony and Billy, in the game here today. Billy struck out in the first. Here's Fritz now. I should say the late Fritz Peterson. Died, I think, last month. Here's the pitch to Canigliaro. That's 3-5 left-handed. He walked him. So here's your first base runner of the ball game. As Peterson loses Tony Canigliaro to a base on balls. And Tony is on. Look at Peterson, -5. He's got a great move to first. Munson a -2. So Tony not being held and not going. Look at him. He'd be a 1-8, 1-6 with a lead. Here's George Scott. Tony Canigliaro on first base with 2 outs, the first base runner of this ball game. Here's Fritz Peterson now. And the pitch to Scott. That's a 1-6 left-handed. That's a fly to center. And Mercer is getting onto that. It's deep but playable. And he makes the catch, and the side is retired. So it's no runs, no hits. The walk to Tony. And left on base. And after 2, it's a scoreless ball game. That was a 1-6 left-handed. So it's turning out thus far to be a pitcher's game. Appreciate you all being here. Appreciate the subscriptions, the likes, and whatnot. Whew, Lord. Oh, and we're going to head to the top of the third. And it's Mike Garman again. He's retired the first 6 Yankees here. He'll face the bottom third of the order, obviously. Munson, Bomer, and Peterson. I'll tell you, it is hot here in Florida. And there must be something going on with my metabolism, because I am thirsty. Going through a lot of water. Maybe a gallon a day. Not quite. Let's see about getting a little more coffee. Kathy Harden for the Yankees. See if they can hit. Gone. This coffee goes so quick. Heard that, well, I heard that the Southwest is just in a heat dome, and that's really, I really feel for those people. Okay, here's Munson stepping up to the plate. He didn't play enough to qualify as a rookie, I don't believe. 86 at bats. I believe he was Rookie of the Year in 1970. Okay, Munson steps into the batter's box. Here's Garman now, retired the first 6 Yankees here. Okay, Garman. Again, he gets the sign from Moses. Pitch to Munson, 5-7 right-handed. He struck him out. And that's the second strikeout for Mike Garman. And again, he's only got an average pitcher's card. He's hitting all the right spots. Here's Len Bomer now. One out, nobody on. Garman. And the pitch to Bomer. 1-7. He pops it up to second for Andrews. That's 8 in a row for this rookie in his major league debut. It was a 1-7 right-handed. And Fritz, where did I? Oh, I didn't put my card here for Fritz. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Yeah, just an oversight. No error, no nothing. Here's the card. Fritz a 1 WS. Switch hitter, he'll bat left against Garman. Okay, here's Garman now. Trying for 9 in a row. The windup and the pitch to Fritz. That's 1-9 and he struck him out. And that's 9 in order. 9 perfect innings for the rookie in his major league debut, Mike Garman. And we're in the middle of the third. It's a scoreless ball game. Mike Garman. He was traded to a bunch of teams. He did not qualify as a rookie in this year or 71. In 1971, maybe he did in 70, I don't know. But here's a, I don't know if this is a Topps card or what, but there's Mike Garman on what they call 71 rookie stars. I don't know how they would know that they were stars already. If we take a look at Garman, what we'll learn is that he did not play in 1970 at all. He was probably sent back to the minors And then he came up in 71, pitched in 3 games. So it's funny how a 71 Topps card, if that's a Topps baseball card, they call him a star. I guess every rookie is a star if they're able to make the majors. And on the other hand, also, didn't Sly Stone say that everybody is a star? Everybody is a star. You all know that song? It's a good song. Here's Fritz Peterson. He's allowed no hits, walked 1. It's a scoreless ball game. They better figure out something because he's retired the first 9, Garmin, and struck out 3. Well, here comes Moses. Moses leading it off for the Red Sox here. Okay, Peterson is ready. And the pitch to Moses. 3-3 left-hander, that's a ballpark slash, and that one doesn't look like it's going through. Again, it was a 3-3 left-handed. There's your slash against the left-hander. He's a right-handed hitter in Boston, and that's going to be 17, and that is not going through. It's a liner to short, caught by Michael. 1 out. And here's Garmin now. Garmin is a 4 WR. I thought that was fair. He went 2 for 5 with no home runs. He is a right-handed batter. I'm not going to frickin' make him an 8 because he went 2 for 5. I use judgment here, my best judgment. I don't make good calls. I haven't been able to. I've gotten a lot of help from people in jams. In fact, that game, that Giants game yesterday, was a lot of the people, a lot of my friends who come here and watch these games were instrumental in calling me through that game. Okay, here's Peterson now. With 1 out, nobody on. Garmin, the pitcher, his first plate appearance, and the pitch. That's 2-8, and he struck him out. And that's the second strikeout for Fritz. And here's Billy Canigliaro. Canigliaro struck out in the first. So both pitchers pitching very good baseball. I would say. That's inside for a ball to Canigliaro. Billy getting a couple starts here in September. He only had 80 at bats. He hit 288. And we use real world lineups here. Okay, Peterson is ready. Here's the windup. And the pitch to Canigliaro. That's 1-4 left-handed. Struck him out. That's the second time he got Billy. And it's a 1-4 left-handed. And it's a 1-2-3. No hits in the game yet after 3 innings. Only one base runner. It was the walk to Tony Canigliaro. We've gone 3. It's quite a ball game here. I think this is a great opportunity for me to take a little break of about 3 minutes. We sure hope you're enjoying this ball game. In case you're wondering, my name is Jeffrey Guterman, and I've been struggling with depression and anxiety, family problems, financial problems. And the only thing that really works well for me is when I play these games. I don't even look at X anymore. You know, I have not posted in over a month on X, formerly Twitter. And I'll be back in due course. Oh, indeed I will. Is that hot out there? Well, in his major league debut, Mike Gorman has really done a job here. He has retired the first 9 Yankees in order. Like Kathy says, they better figure out how to hit him, and quick. It's a scoreless ball game right now. And it'll be the top of the order after Gorman has retired the first 9 Yankees in this ball game. And Horace steps in. Horace started off with a line out. To Yastrzemski at first. Gorman, the right-hander. Clark, switch hitter, batting left. Here's the windup. And the pitch from Gorman. That's 1-7, and he grounds it to second. Andrews fields it 1 hop and throws to Yastrzemski, and that's 10 in a row for Mike Gorman. 10 in a row. And remember, he allowed no home runs, so N home run is converted to a single 2 asteroids, but if it's hit off the hitter's card, it will count. We do the best we can. 1 down, 10 in order for Gorman. And here's Gene Michael. Michael's switch hitter batting left against Gorman. Struck out by Gorman in the first. Whoops. There it is. Oh, shit. Almost lost that one. God. Here's the pitch to Michael now. 3-8 right-handed. Struck him out again. And that's the 4th strikeout for Gorman. My Lord. 3-8 right-handed. There it is, right on the card. That's 2 away. And here's Roy White. No hits by either team yet in this ball game. We've had 1 base runner. It was the walk to Tony Conigliaro by Fritz Peterson. Okay, White, switch hitter, another left-hander. Facing Gorman, he flew to center in the first. Here's Gorman. .57, and he struck him out. Oh my. 5th strikeout for Mike Gorman on a .57 left-handed. He's just hitting the right spots. It's an average card. Folks, it's an average card, and he was an average pitcher. My goodness. He's thrown 4 perfect innings thus far. Oh, God help me. God freaking help me. And here comes Fritz Peterson now. Mike Andrews to lead it off here. That's 12 in order. That's correct. But there's a long way to 27. That's a long freaking way. Meanwhile, Peterson has held the Red Sox to a lone walk by Tony Conigliaro. Here's Andrews now. The pitch from Peterson. 6-7 right-handed. He flies it to center. And Mercer is under it for the out. 1 away. A 6-7 right-hander. Fly ball to Mercer, 1 away. Here's Karl now. Karl, this is lefty-lefty. Take the last bit of coffee here. This will be a full cup. Put a little bit to top it off, and I find after I have 1 pot of coffee, I don't have the desire for any more, nor do I think it's good for me. And I'm left wondering what drug is there that I can ingest and there's nothing. I mean, I have a morsel. And I'm due to get a prescription. And, I think I'm going to put it off another day and maybe do it tomorrow because I have 1 Klonopin left. That'll get me through today. It's just too hot to walk. It's about a 3/4 of a mile walk, about a mile and a half. Too freaking hot. On the other hand, it might be good for me. Maybe later in the afternoon. Here's Karl Yastrzemski. He has stepped out of the box for a moment to get something. A little pine tar. accept that. No matter how bad things get, you'll deal with it. You'll find a way to deal with it. Here comes Karl now. Peterson, this is lefty-lefty, the wind-up and the pitch. That's 6-8 left-handed, struck him out. Oh, Lord, have we seen some pitching today? And that's the fourth for Peterson. Getting Karl to strike out on a 6-8 left-handed. I dare to say Reggie Smith, a .309 hitter, 25 home runs, 93 knocked in. A very good candidate to get the first hit of this ball game. Sorry to even bring it up. I don't use the word. People talk about the superstition. I don't use the actual word that you refer to what's going on both ends. But I can say there's no hits allowed. He's been perfect thus far. I'm not very superstitious, really. Here's Peterson now. And the pitch to Reggie Smith, switch hitter batting right. That's going to be a 6-8, and he pops it up to short. Stick is there. He makes the catch, and the side is retired. It was a 6-8 switch hitter batting right. There it is, another 1-2-3, and we've gone through 4 hitless innings on both sides of this ball game. And we head to the top of the 5th. And Mike Garman comes out again. He was born on September 16, 1949. Primarily a reliever, he played for 5 different major league teams from 69 to 78. He was a first-round draft pick by the Red Sox in the 67 major league draft. He was 6'3", 215 pounds, born and raised in Caldwell, Idaho. He won his major league debut and this is his major league debut. He played 9 seasons. And he's doing a number here today. Well, it's going to be Mercer, Tapadino, and McDonald here in the top of the 5th. Garman, perfect thus far. He's retired the first 12 Yankees. Here's Mercer now at the plate. The pitch from Garman, 2-7, right-handed, struck him out. And that's 3 in a row. My goodness. He's hitting all the right spots today. you got to imagine that this young kid has butterflies. Again, he just celebrated his 20th birthday. He is 20 years old. His birthday is September 16. He's still alive. And here's Frank Tepedino. Oh. Tepedino flew to right in the second. 13 in order by Garman, the rookie, in his major league debut. Here's the pitch to Tepedino. 2-4, and it's tapped back to Garman, and he fields it cleanly and throws it to Yastrzemski for the second out, and that's 14 in order. My goodness, I wish this would end already. This insanity. Wow. And here's Dave McDonald. McDonald, the left-handed hitter, he flew to center in the second. There's got to be a way for me to cope better, not to worry so much. Just not to give too much of a shit. If things go bad, they go bad. And there's nothing I can do. There's nothing I can do right now to change that. Here's McDonald. These are coping statements that I tell myself. You know. Okay, here's Garman. The windup and the pitch to McDonald. That's going to be McDonald's card. 110 lines it to second. Caught by Andrews. And the side is retired. Garman. 15 in order. And isn't it something that this is happening with a nameless player? I've had 2 no-hitters. Nothing to say but wow, Kathy Harden says. I had 2 no-hitters, folks, in Strat-O-Matic history. The first one, I say this many times, many of you have heard this. The first one was in 1972 real world when I was playing with the 71 Reds, which were not a very good team. And Don Gullett threw a no-hitter. I called my 2 friends, and they didn't believe me. Fine, you know the way people are. The second no-hitter was by Dave McNally, and it was this season. And it just so happens I have the game archived in a very, very special location. My playlist of premieres, highlights, great games, etc. And I'm just queuing this up for you. Why is this like this? Oh yeah. It was a quick playing game too. This goddamn thing won't even work.
Strat-O-Matic friends, I told them.
Neither believed me.
Here,
I didn't fucking care.
here it
Because
is.
I knew it was true.
Here's McNally.
This is recorded.
This is against the Angels.
Prankster at the plate.
Jay
No
Johnstone.
signs of fun from Johnstone. Left-handed hitter. This is lefty-lefty.
This was the no-hitter in this replay, August 29th.
McNally gets the sign. He's set into his wind-up. The pitch to Johnstone. That's 2-6. And he pops it up to first. Frank Robinson has it. A no-hitter by Dave McNally. It happened, Kathy Harden. It happened, for Christ's sakes. It really happened. I just threw the dice as I would ordinarily, and it was a 2-6 popped up to first. McNally was unhittable today.
So that was the no-hitter. That one is fully documented. So those two friends of mine, who I am not in touch with anymore, might believe it if they saw the game, but in any case, we're heading to the bottom of the fifth, and it's Fritz Peterson now. And Rico Petrocelli will lead it off. Peterson also, no hits allowed. He did walk Tony in the second. It's a scoreless ball game, and I think it's fair to say it's a pitcher's duel. Here is Peterson now. And the pitch to Rico. 5-7 right-handed, grounds it to short for Stick Michael. And he throws it to McDonald for the first out. A 5-7 right-handed. It's been one of those games. You know, they say, what was his name? Oscar Wilde said, quote, "The suspense is terrible. I hope it lasts," unquote. You know, I'm, think about it. But I'm not sure I'm really up for this kind of suspense, you know? I'm not sure, Kathy. Still early, though. I'm gonna top off this coffee here. There we go. That's it, down to the last drop. Replenishing a full cup. Here's Tony Conigliaro, the only base runner this game. He walked in the second. Here's Fritz. 5-6 right-handed, a grounder again to Stick Michael at short. And he throws him out. I don't know if that was the same roll, but boy, I rolled that. That was a 5-6. Nothing you can do about it anyway. I'm looking back though on Rico, and his was a 5-7. Both ground ball shorts. Same column, different numbers. Two outs. And here's George Scott. You know, you play a full replay season, folks. This is game 1835. You're going to get some interesting games, I'm telling you. We've had two people hit for the cycle, Willie Mays and Bobby Tolan. We've had, I think, 5 one-hitters or 4 one-hitters. Of course, we had the no-hitter. I mentioned McNally. We've had 4 one-hitters, complete game one-hitters: Kilkenny, Rob Bender, Edmondson, and Ferguson Jenkins. Here's Scott now, 2 outs, nobody on. Peterson into his windup. Get a good roll here. That is a 4-7 right-handed. That is a drive hit out into the gap. It's going to be the first hit of the ball game, and it's going to be a double. A 2-out double. So there goes the no-no by Peterson, as Scott on a 4-7 got a hold of a fastball. On a double 1-6, it was a 2. So there you go. And now Moses is the batter. And this is a clutch situation for Moses, who has a clutch reversal on his card, 2 of them. Okay, here's Peterson. The pitch to Moses. 5-4, grounds to third X. That's for Bomer. Look at him, a 444. Isn't that lovely? Isn't that just lovely? A 5-4, grounder to third, Bomer. Kenny is probably hurt. This could bring in a run. Bomer, 444. It's pretty bad. Bomer, 444, 8-4. It's a G3 pound. The infield was not in. He's got a chance to get this. And no one being held. The pound is ignored. E44, 5, 9, 10, 11 though. All the way down, it's an error. An E1 error. Could have told you that. It's going to be a G3 E1. Scott holds at third. And that's the first error of the ball game, and it's by Len Bomer. And that'll bring up the Red Sox pitcher, Mike Garman in his second plate appearance in his career. This is his major league debut. He's perfect through 5. And he comes up in a clutch situation. He struck out in the second. Moses on first, Scott on third, Garman at the plate. He is a 4 WR. Here's the pitch from Peterson now. Two, 4. Oh, he grounds it back to Peterson. And he throws it on over to McDonald. And the side is retired. So they get out of it, Peterson. And the score remains 0-0. But the first hit of the ball game for either team, the double by Scott with 2 outs, the error by Bomer, first and third 2 outs, and then finally Peterson gets Garman to tap back to him. We've gone 5 innings. This is a scoreless ball game. Whew. God almighty. Okay, here's Garman now. Top of the 6th. He's retired 15 in order. It will be the bottom third of this order. His endurance is the 6th. Here's Munson now. Struck out in the 3rd. Garman. And the pitch to Munson. 6'11" right-handed. That's a grounder back to Garman. X. We gave him a 316. We just used Peterson's E rating and we made him a 3, which is about average. Watch this go through. 10, 3. It is a G3. He gets to it. Four, 8, 13 on an E14, on an E16. And that he throws him out on a 5-9, 13. That's a 5-9. 5-9-13 throws him out. And Munson is retired. He feels it perfectly. Here's Len Bomer now. Okay, Bomer. Pops to second in the 3rd. Here's Garman. 6-7 right-handed, struck him out. Oh my. Number 7 for Garmin. And again, it's an average nameless player card. He's just hitting all the right spots. It was 6-7 right-handed, struck him out. You can see he's got plenty of hits on his card. And here's Fritz Peterson. Peterson, a 1 WS, batting left-handed. Here's Garmin. That's 2-8, and he struck him out. That's number 8. And another 1, 2, 3, and that's 18 in order by Mike Garmin. If only he knew. He's still alive. Bottom of the 6th. Fritz Peterson. There'll be a break after this inning. Peterson with the 1-hit shutout. Leading it off, Billy Canigliaro. Here's Peterson now. The pitch to Canig. 6-7, right-handed, fly ball center for Mercer. And that's 1 away. And now Mike Andrews is the batter. Here's the pitch from Peterson. That's 1-5 left-handed, chops it to Clark at second, and he throws it over to McDonald, 2 outs. Against the left-hander. And here's Karl. Karl 0 for 2 today. And the coffee is gone. Here's Fritz. And the pitch to Karl. 110, and he grounds it to second. Oh, would have been a walk against a right-hander. Horace has it, 110, left-handed. And he throws it to McDonald, and it's a 1, 2, 3 for Fritz. And I think it's time for me to take yet another break. I'm telling you, I'm sitting here worried about my personal life. But again, I've got to go back to the basics, no matter how bad things end up. And I have no control. And I have limits to what I can do. And I'll do what I can do. Even though I may do it to a fault, but there comes a point where I cannot do anything more. And is it sad? Yes. But is it worth preoccupying myself 24 hours a day? No. No. We're going to take a little break here. We've gone 6 innings. Garmin has retired the first 18 batters in this ball game in order. Peterson has allowed 1 hit. It's a scoreless ball game, and it's getting intense now. I'm gonna take a little break here and be back just in a few minutes. I'm Jeffrey Guterman, and this is the Strat-O-Matic Network. Well, we're back here, Jeffrey Guterman in Studio B in a most unusual game. It's a scoreless ball game. We've gone 6. We're going to head to the later innings. And the big story is Mike Garman in his major league debut with a nameless player card, who has retired the first 18 batters he's faced with 8 strikeouts. That's in 6 innings. And boy, is it hot out here, even if it feels a little bit less hot. I'll tell you what I'll do. I'll budget my money so I can take an Uber tomorrow. Or maybe today to get my medicine. Maybe I will try it. I had an insight when I was outside about how I might do better, and that is, don't try so as hard. It's very complex. I don't want to get pseudo-intellectual, but it's based on cybernetics. I don't want to try as hard as I have to solve other people's problems. So that's a possibility. Well, it's going to be the top of the order, and it's going to be Horace Clarke. And as Oscar Wilde, the great poet, said, the suspense is terrible. I hope it lasts. And boy, did he have a sad life. Boy, did he have a sad life. But I'm not sure I want it to last. I just don't think I have the stomach for it. If you follow what I'm saying. Okay, here's Horace leading it off. He's 0 for 2. Mike Garman in his major league debut. This is the 19th batter he's facing. Top of the 7th, no score. Here's Garman now. The windup and the pitch. 2-7, and there it goes. It's a base hit for Horace Clarke. And that is the end of the no-hitter. That's the first time I used the word no-hitter, in case any of you were wondering. Clarke got a hold of a changeup. It hung a bit, and he knocked it out right up the middle over Andrews on a 2-7 right-handed. Single 1 to 10, it was a 9 on the 20 die, and Kathy Harden is pleased. Now we have a situation where Garman is a 0. That puts Clarke at a 1 to 17, 1 to 15. He will be held. 1 to 15 to steal second. Michael is a B bunter, And if anybody's out there and wants to help me, please, because I am not good at this anymore. I have real trouble. Do we send Horace? He's being held. First of all, do we try for the lead? And that means he has to go 1 to 15 to steal second. Or do we play it safer? And do we sacrifice with Michael? Or have him hit away? I'm waiting for some help, folks. Please. Please, there's 10 people watching this game right now. I can't, it's just very, very difficult for me. And with the lack of self-confidence I have and the despair that I have, go for the lead. If it falls, if it fails, sack. Okay, oh, Joel, bless you. Bless you, Joel. You know, you're good people. Uh-oh. Kathy says sacrifice with Michael. I'm going to do a combination, okay? Thank you to both of you for the input. We're going to go for the lead, 1 to 15. And if it fails, we'll do what Kathy says and sacrifice with Michael. How's that for a compromise? Okay? Here's the 2 to 5. 2 to 6. And he gets the lead. 1 to 15. The pitch to Michael. There goes Clark. And he's safe. So it was a win-win with Horland and Harden. And I thank you both. Now the question I have. Clark in scoring position. Does Michael sacrifice, hoping for a fly ball with no outs? A fly ball can bring home the run. Do we sacrifice, still sacrifice, to send him to third, or have him hit away? Anybody want to help me? This is not helping my nerves. This is just anybody. Oh, overthrow! Oh! Horland points out the overthrow. Look at that, it's a 2. Oh, let's check out the T rating on Moses. Look at him, he's so good, Horland. Moses, a 1 to 13 means he will overthrow this on a 1 to 13. And he does. And that's an error. Wow. It's overthrown. And I'm kind of new to that. Joel Horland is so good. Okay, he says Boston should bring the infield in. The infield in it is. Thank you, Joel. Okay, Michael's still at the plate. That was overthrown. That counts as an error, I believe. It's an overthrow error. Infield in. I'll need to ask you on each at bat on this, unless there's 2 outs. Here's Michael now. We'll have Michael hit away. I think I know that much. Here's the pitch to Michael. 6-7, switch hitter batting left. He struck him out. My goodness, that's the 9th strikeout for Garmin. Six, 7, switch hitter batting left. And here's Roy White now. The fly ball could bring him home. Infield in. This is a killer. This game is a killer. The infield stays in. Here's White now. I don't play outfield in. I haven't learned that yet, Joel. I hope you understand. It's Roy White, batting left-handed. Clark on third, 1 out. Here's the pitch. 1-8, right-handed. There's a base hit, and Clark comes home. It's 2 asteroids. He would have scored anyway, so I assume it's earned. And Garmin is suddenly 1 hit or walk away from fatigue. It was a 1-8 right-handed base hit. And it's 1-0 Yankees. And there's action in the Red Sox bullpen. Look at all these people who pitched. I think what I'm going to do is do a quick perusal to see who pitched on the 20th. Because you look at here, these are who pitched in my replay last game. It was a 14-11 loss to the Tigers. They used almost the whole pitching staff. And we're going to go to the 20th to see. I'm going to put a dot next to anybody who is available. God, this game. Shit. God, they used a lot of people here too. They used Landis. I'm going to put a dot next to anyone who's ineligible. Landis, Spaceman, pitched 2 days in a row. And Lyle, of course, we already put the dot. Jarvis, Klein, Siebert, and even Santiago. I don't know if he is a player, but somebody's warming. I'll tell you that much. Now we have White on first, 1-15. One to 13 with the lead. Gets the lead automatically, if not held. Joel, I hope you understand, I'm gonna do my house rule. When it's a 13 or 14, I like to do a 1, 2, and 3 being held, 4, 5, and 6 not being held. Okay? Unless you wanna overrule it and decide to hold him or not. If not, he gets the lead and it's 1 to 15. Whoa, wait a minute. If he's not held, he's a 1 to 15. With Garmin a 0, yeah. Oh, okay, so he's held. Okay. Got it. So White being held, and now he is a 1 to 13, and I'm not going to send him. That much I know. Here's Mercer now. Again, Garmin finally allows base runners, resulting in a 1-0 lead by the Yankees. Here's Garmin to face Mercer with 1 out, White on first being held. Here's the pitch to Mercer. That's 2-6, right-handed, double one, fly to center field. And under it is Smith to make the catch. It's 2 away. He may get out of this without fatigue. It was a 2-6 right-handed, double one, flies it to Smith. And here's Frank Tepedino, a .231 hitter. Garmin with a chance to get out of this and maintain endurance. Here's Garmin now. The pitch to Tepedino. 5-6 left-handed, struck him out, and he does not have fatigue. It would have been a single. That's the 10th strikeout, and really, if you look at this card, you'll see that his strikeout pitch is average. He's just been happening to hit the strikeouts on his card, unless Strat-O-Matic did something unusual. The side is retired. There was 1 run on 2 hits. Again, Clark with the leadoff single, first base runner, stole second, and Moses overthrew it for the error, sending him to third. Then Garmin struck Michael out, and then White singled him home. And we are in the middle of the 7th inning stretch, and oh my Lord, give me a break, folks. It's one of those games that are just absolutely out of my mind. Out of my mind. Okay, here's Peterson now, the winner of record. Garmin the loser. And Garmin on thin ice with 2 hits in an endurance inning. It will be Smith, Petrocelli, and Tony Conigliaro here in the bottom of the 7th. And Peterson throwing 1-hit shutout baseball. Smith, switch hitter, batting right. The pitch from Peterson. That is a 1-11 left-handed, grounds it to short, stick Michael. Throws it to McDonald. And there's 1 away. A lot of vulnerable people out there in the field with 4s. If any of you want any replacements, I don't believe Jerry Kenny is available. And I don't have the strength or the gumption. Cox did come in to play 3rd. And Bomer moved to 1st in this game. Oh. They brought Cox in when Frank Fernandez pinch hit. But if anybody has any fielding recommendations, it might be a little early for that. Here's Rico Petrocelli now. Peterson The windup and the pitch to Rico. That's 6-7. Right-handed. Fly ball center, Mercer. And by the way, he's a 4. And that's 2 away. He was a 3 in right. Okay. But in this is one of his earlier years, he didn't quite master center field the way he did subsequently in subsequent years. That's a 6-7 right-handed, flies to center, 2 down. And here's Tony C. 1-0 Yankees. Here's Peterson. 3-9 left-handed. There's a shot. Oh, Lord, that's dropping into the gap. And Tony C with a 2-out double. My Lord. That's the second hit. Both doubles allowed by Peterson, and this is his first endurance inning. It was a 3-9 left-handed. Double 1 to 6, 5 on that 20 die. And here's George Scott now, clutch situation. And this is without coffee. This is without any drugs. Except water, I guess, is a drug, right? Everything is a drug. If it influences biology. And that's, of course, that's an opinion. I mean, it's not a fact per se, but you know, I just took a swig of water and I feel a little different. I think I'm gonna have to take my Klonopin, Kathy, my last one. And it would be my only one unless I go to the pharmacy today. There's no reason for me to suffer. No fucking reason. Maybe I'll be a big boy and take a walk to the pharmacy today. Okay, here's Scott now. The tying run in scoring position. Clutch situation. He has clutch reversals on his card. Actually, against the left-hander, yes, he has 1. Here's Peterson now. The pitch to Scott. That's 111 left-handed. Oh, it's a ballpark slash. Oh, and it's a 7. Right-handed in Boston, and it's a single, 1 asteroid. Whoa. Tony will go and hold at third. Scott gets his second hit of the ball game. Woo. Look at it again. 111, left-handed. Oh, wait a minute. I was looking right-handed. That's a ballpark blast. Lord. And he's got the power. It's a 7, right-handed in Boston. And it's gone. A 2-run home run by George Scott to put the Red Sox ahead. We'll look at it again, okay? I am so sorry. I had looked on the right side. Oh, Christ. And Kathy Harden is not pleased. Kathy Harden, what we've been through. Again, it was a 111. Peterson left-handed. That's a ballpark blast. Okay, that's not a slash, that's a blast. He's got the power against left-handers. And it's a 7 on the die. And in Boston, for the right-hander, he knocked it over the wall, the big wall, I would assume. 1-14 gone. Oh, God almighty. You talk about drama. George Scott has just hit a 2-run home run to put the Red Sox ahead 2-1 in a game, quite a memorable game. This will have to go in my playlist of great games. For George Scott, that's home run number 15. He had 16 in real world. That is home run number 15. My Lord, this game, you know, for people who have anxiety, like me, I don't know that this game is really the best thing to be always doing. Now the question I have is, do you remove... Bonson pitched in this game in real world. Moses is due up. Do we allow Peterson, who has not reached fatigue? It's just a question, folks. And they have a whole load of people available. I want to show you who's available. Lindy McDaniel, the right-hander. Okay, I'll put the right-handers on the right side because they were off on the 20th. On the 21st, they were off. Jack Aker, also a right-hander. Aker is actually better. Okay. Steve Hamilton, a left-hander. And Bonson, who pitched, even though he's a starter, he's a right-hander. I'm not so thrilled about using Bonson. Those are the candidates. I say let Peterson stay in. Oh, Kathy says replace Peterson. Okay, for realism's sake. Okay. We're going to go with Kathy here. Against the right-hander. How about Lindy, 3.55? Oh, well, wait a minute. Aker, 3.17. But of course, you realize next inning there's a chance that we're going to have to pinch hit for them. Any recommendations for who comes in, Kathy Harden? He has not reached fatigue, Kathy. It's done more for realism's sake. Lindy is coming in. Folks, there's going to be a break in the action. Lindy McDaniel is coming in for Fritz Peterson. They have other pitchers if they need them. They have Aker. And Peterson had a 2.55 ERA, but for realism's sake, per Kathy Harden, that's it. Houck comes out and takes Peterson out. And it will be Lindy McDaniel coming in to try to retire Moses. And all of a sudden, Peterson, the loser of record, Garmin, the winner. Peterson pitched 6 2/3. Three hits, walked 1, struck out 4, and we can close him up with 2 with no one on base. And here's Lindy McDaniel. McDaniel has a +7 hold, and that'll make him a +5 with Munson. Here's Moses. 2 outs, nobody on. McDaniel into his windup. And the pitch to Moses. 4-2 right-handed, and that is a liner to short. And the side is retired. I believe in the butterfly effect, so I don't believe it would have been the same role had we kept Peterson in. Some people talk about that, but on a 4-2 right-handed, it would have also been out. A ground ball to third. But I don't believe that because my hands moved. I'm a big believer in the butterfly effect. My hands moved to bring McDaniel in, and because of the, chaos theory, the perturbations of my hand and everything else, but nevertheless, they get out of it. And a good call by Kathy Harden. But 2 runs, what a game. We're heading to the 8th. And Garmin will come in. They're going to let him in. He's 2 hits and or walks away from fatigue, folks. Excellent call by Kathy Harden. And I want to thank Joel and Kathy for helping me through this game. Lord. There's a good chance they're going to hit for Lindy. And then my recommendation would be bring in Aker. Okay? He's the best. He's a right-hander. He's the best reliever they have. And he is rested. I would call for some feedback on that if and when it comes up. Okay, Garmin, now the winner of record, and Dave McDonald leads it off. McDonald, his name is David Bruce McDonald, and he played in 33 games for the 69 Yanks and 71 Expos. 6'3", 215, died in 2017, one day before turning age 74. McDonald hit 217 this season. And Frank Fernandez pinch hit for him in Real World. How do you like that? At this, probably this stage of the game, it was a 4-3 Red Sox win. I want to ask anybody, I have to use the lavatory, but a Frank Fernandez is one option. Pepitone is out. He's hurt again. I mean, Tom Chopay pinch hit. This is so hard. Pepitone didn't play in the. He pinch hit on the 23rd. So, with our license, we allow Pepitone to be available in this game, the 22nd, versus Frank Fernandez. Fernandez actually has just about the same home run ratio. Wow, interesting factoid, Joel. And I'm looking at Tom Chopay. Chopay pinch hit, and he was an .083 batting average. I think we'll pass on that. And anybody else who might be considered would be, say, Jerry Kenny at a .257 average. Nobody else can hit. Nobody else. There's John Ellis, .290. And Ellis did pinch hit in this game. So there are the choices. If any of you want to hit for McDonald, and I'd like some help with this. Okay, but you realize we're going to need a first baseman. But Ellis has a better average, okay? We're going to go with Kathy Harden, Frank Fernandez. Frank Fernandez it is. You made a good call on the last one. I understand the justification. Pepitone did not even play in this game. Ellis pinch hit. We're going to need a first baseman. We're going to bring in Frank Fernandez to hit. Bobby Cox came in to play third, and Bomer moved to first. So in Real World, so I think that's what we'll do. Bobby Cox. In Real World, will take this position and play third. I like to set it up beforehand. And we will move Bomer to first base. Where McDonald was. And he is a 4.49. That's going to be tough to get in there. So there it is. There's your lineup. Here's Fernandez to lead it off. One blast could do it here. Top of the 8th, 2-1 Red Sox. Garmin. And he 2 hits or walks, and he has fatigue. Here's the pitch to Fernandez. 5-9 right-handed, grounds it to second. Andrews fields it 1 away. It was a 5-9 right-handed. So that's 1 out. Again, Cox will be at third in that place. And here's Munson now. Munson has some power. Here's Garmin. .611 right-handed, grounds it back to Garmin. Not too many X's today. Garmin is a 316. .316.23 gets to it G1. E16, 689. Oh, and he boots it. 6789 on an E16. And we took it right because that's my house rule. I match it with the starting pitcher, E16. 6789 E16. That's a G1 E1. Just for your own knowledge, it's a 1-base error. And that would be the tying run at the plate, Munson. Munson is a 1-11. If anyone has a desire to have someone run for him, would be fine. That's the second error for the Red Sox. I did say I need to use the lavatory. Now the question is, does Bomer, the first baseman, hit? He's a 176 hitter. I say bring in Pepitone and let him play first base, Kathy Hart. It's your call. It's your call. Bomer is a 176 hitter. I mean, you know, funny thing is, they did not pinch hit for Bomer in this game. Again, I believe we have license to use Pepitone, and then he could very conveniently move to first where Bomer was supposed to be, because he pinch hit in tomorrow's game, and that's sort of a house rule. It's your call, Kathy, or Joel, or anyone else watching. Bomer is due up. It would really seem it's going to be Pepitone. Okay. So it's going to be Pepitone, and he will stay in this game, and he's a frickin' 1. You know, he pinch hits. Where is Joe? Oh, he pinch hits. He didn't field. Pep sounds good. Oh, this game's killing me. He's well enough to pinch hit, and he got a hit on the 23rd, but And he started on the 24th at first base. So that's more license to allow him to stay in this game. Okay, so Pepitone comes in and he will play first. Munson on first. He is the tying run. He's a 1-11. Of course, you realize you got to bring in Gibbs or somebody else if you want. We've got plenty of people who can run, but then you're going to have to bring in somebody like Jake Gibbs. To catch. You could have Frank Fernandez catch, but then you would need, I don't know if you're allowed to do that. Is that like a double switch? We're already bringing Cox in at third. We could bring Frank Fernandez and let him catch. I don't know if that's allowed. Fernandez pinch hit. Cox is replacing at third. It's very, very complex. Do you realize this? Pepitone, just let Munson run. We're just going to let Munson at 1-11 run. Any feedback from anybody? Otherwise, I'm just going to go ahead after I use the lavatory. This is very complicated to me. I'm not sure if it's allowed. I guess it's allowed. That Fernandez pinch hit. He stayed in the game to catch. And whoever runs, I can't even figure it out. I can't even figure it out. Let's just stay with Munson, 1-11, okay? I can't figure it out. Too much for me. My limit. Without your help, there's no way I'd be able to do this. No way. Actually, it was Joel Horlin who said Pep sounds good. Oh yeah, and Kathy Harden. Here's Pepitone. Munson on first, 1 out. Garmin from the stretch. Here's the pitch to Pepitone. 4-6 left-handed, and that is a base hit. Munson goes to third and holds. And now Garmin, you want to put your Red Sox manager's hat on. I don't know how good Kathy would be on that. But do we pull Garmin? He has not reached fatigue. I say keep him in. It's Pepitone on first. Munson on third. His running rating didn't really come in to play, and there's going to be a hitter for McDaniel. My Lord. And I say it should be this. It's a proposal. John Ellis, a 290 hitter who pinch hit in this game in real world. And by the way, he's the other catcher. There's nobody who can hit as well as Ellis on the bench. He pinch hit in this game in real world. Thank you, Joel. We're in the top of the 8th. It's 2-1 Red Sox. Ellis pinch hitting for McDaniel. And Aker will be the new pitcher. I think you would agree. And Garmin is due up. Canigliaro right-hander, Andrews right-hander. I say bring Aker in next inning. Unless any of you have objections, I'm fine with changing it. I have Whiteout. He's the best they got. This game is just, maybe I'm making too much of it, but I think it's with my anxiety. We're going to keep Garmin in. We're going to keep this youngster in. He's one hit or walk away from fatigue. John Ellis, the batter. First and third, one out. If you have your Red Sox hat on, Joel, infield back for the double. One out. Pepitone on first, Munson on third. Munson, he agrees to keep it back. Munson the tying run, Pepitone the go-ahead run. Here's Garmin, one hitter walk away from fatigue. The pitch to Ellis. 4-2 right-handed, grounds it back. That might score the tying run on a 4-2 right-handed back to Garmin B. First and third B. It's going to be a 4, and it does. It's a force. Garmin can only get Pepitone, and Munson crosses the plate with the tying unearned run. And Joel, you know, I like you to share it with me. You agreed, do it back. Well, it backfired. I said back. And Ellis, I guess Ellis gets a run batted in, unless any of you disagree with that. It's a 2-2 ball game now. And I don't have any drugs. I have a morsel right here from yesterday. But I just don't know if it's good for my anxiety to do that now. Try to be a big boy. It's another thing with me. So now it's 2 outs. Ellis on first. This has been a game. And here's Horace. Again, Garmin with endurance. If he retires Clark, he maintains endurance, but I think they may have a hitter for him next inning. I think just logic would say that. Here's Horace now. The pitch. 2-6. Oh, it's a base hit. Oh, Ellis goes to second. That's the center field -4. Ellis will be holding without even looking at his card. He's a 1 to 11, 1 to 7, 2 outs, 1 to 9. He'll hold. I think, Joel, I could do that much. And that's it for Mike Garman, who has reached fatigue. And what a hand he's getting as he comes off from this hometown crowd. Lord. What a is it supposed to, is it really this intense? It was a great job by Mike Garman. He pitched 7 2/3 innings and finally is being pulled. It's anybody's ball game now. He allowed 4 hits. What a job in his major league debut. He did not walk a batter. You know, by the way, White would have knocked home Clark without the overthrow. I just want to let you all know that. He struck out 10, and he has allowed 1 earned run, 1 unearned run, and now we got to see who's coming in. Okay? People with the dots are unavailable because they've pitched 2 days in a row. And looking at it, Siebert is available, a right-hander. This is going against Stick Michael, a switch hitter. This is with 2 outs. It's a tie ball game. It's first and second. There's nothing to sneeze at. We got Siebert. These are who were available. Landis, a left-hander, is not available. I'm sorry. Ron Klein, who was acquired from the Giants with a 5.36 ERA, he's a right-hander. I don't think that looks attractive to anybody. Ray Jarvis is available. He can pitch his second game. He's a right-hander. And that's it. That's it. To me, it looks like Siebert is the choice, even though you're going to have to bring somebody in afterward. So whether you bring in Jarvis or Siebert is going to be, this is no snoozer, no doubt about it. They're both right-handers. Okay. Klein, I think, is ruled out at a 5.36, acquired from the Giants. This is no snoozer. They're both right-handers, and they're going to face Michael, Stick Michael, a switch hitter. It really doesn't matter. I say let's bring in Jarvis. I mean, you're gonna bring somebody in anyway, because someone's going to hit. I think you're going to have a pinch hitter, and wait till you see who it is. No one pinch hit for the Red Sox. I may have to use some real poetic license because he does not seem to be playing in this at all. At all for these. Anyway, I'll bring in Jarvis. Okay, Jarvis trying to get the third out here against Stick Michael. Lord help me. And then I am going to need some input, probably from Joel if he's willing. He doesn't have to, but I think Kathy Harden may vote no on it because of her. I'm handling it well. Oh, thank you. Well, I'm just following the guidance that I'm getting. Here's Michael now facing Jarvis. It's 2 outs. The go-ahead run is Ellis on second. And again, Ellis, a 1-11, not needed. Do we pinch run for him in case of a single, no asteroids? Because I don't know that Kenny is available, but Bill Robinson, a 1-14. Ron Woods, a 1-15. Anybody have any interest in any of that? Kathy Harden. Do we bring in? I don't see Kenny. Kenny's a 1-16. I don't see. Let me take a look to see if he is playing at all. He could be hurt. He didn't play on the 23rd. He's hurt. He's not in. And it doesn't mean that these other folks, Bill Robinson pinch hit on the 25th. Tom Chopay pinch ran in this game in real world. Tom Chopay, if I want to take a look. He is non-carded, and he is a 1-15. Maybe Chopay would be more realistic. Kathy Harden, Joel, I don't know why I want to say Joel Youngblood. Joel Horland. Do we bring in Tom Chopay? You can see he's got a great card for a pitcher, but he is a 1-15. Just in case a single, no asteroids. Any input on that? Otherwise, we keep Ellis in at a 1-11. 4 is a lot difference. And Joel Horland says, let Chopay run. Oh, bless you, Joel Horland. Here comes pinch run. He pinch ran in this game in real world. So Chopay, a 1-15. The only thing that is getting me through this game is the well, I'll just put it down 1-15. I don't need to save the card. There is 1-15. So Chopay on second, Clark on first, Jarvis in for Garmond. 2-2 game. And Stick Michael, the batter. Okay, here we go. Fasten your seatbelts. Kathy Harden also Chopin. Here's Jarvis now. Trying to end this inning. What an inning. The pitch to Stick Michael. 2-6 right-handed, walked him. And that's going to load the bases, and that really doesn't matter now that Chopin came in. But it was a precaution. Jarvis walks the first batter. Here's Roy White now. The go-ahead run is 90 feet away. Roy White, switch hitter, batting left. Really can't get around these switch hitters. Okay, Jarvis. The pitch to White now. That's 4-4, switch hitter, batting left. Grounds to short X. That's Rico at 216. He should be able to handle this. Lord. Rico 216. Oh, 16-2 gets to it, G1. If he can hold on to it and throw it over, 4-7-10, E16. And he throws him out. A very nice play by Rico Petrocelli. And a cheer from the Red Sox fans. One run, it was unearned. It was the error by Garman. Pepitone singled. It was first and third, Ellis with the force. Bringing home the tying run, Clark singled. Michael loaded the bases, walking, and then finally Jarvis got White to ground out. Garman gets one run earned, one unearned. I'm going to need to take a little break here just for a few minutes, but I have a question. I say, let's hit for Jarvis. If you agree with me, now I think Kathy Harden is a little biased. There is no sign of George Thomas hitting recently. A .353 hitter with 51 at-bats. No sign of Thomas playing I've done it before. It's all how you want to play Strat-O-Matic. If you want to play it as if people are available, he does not play going back to the 19th. He does not play. He does not play. None of it. He doesn't play on the 18th. Looking ahead, and I'm not reading the text if there's any text here. Thomas did not pinch hit, no pinch hitters for the Red Sox in this game, and he did not play at all on the four or five games before this, nor did he play on the 23rd, nor did he play on the 24th. And I think it's fair to not go with him based on my house rule that if the guy played maybe the next game, okay, Thomas, no sign of Thomas. So I think it is justified. He doesn't even play on the 26th. So I think it's a justification. I'd like feedback from others that Thomas would not be used. You know, I used him inappropriately in another game and he was retired. You know, it's going to be Jack Aker, by the way, the new pitcher. And I'll tell you who is available. And, you know, I don't know if even after a while this gets kind of crazy making. Moses caught the 25th. I'm looking at a Russ Gibson. Satriano caught on the 24th. We have Gibson. Right-handed. Satriano certainly would be a candidate, but he's a 221 hitter, left-handed though. Dalton Jones is a 220 hitter. I really have no interest when we have Satriano available. Don Locke. Schofield, 257, switch hitter. And Sid O'Brien, who some of you may say I do this to a fault. I have not seen O'Brien in the lineup recently. Dalton Jones pinch hit in real world on the 24th. Huh. Dalton Jones, a 220 hitter, but he's a left-hander. On the 23rd, you had nobody. Sid O'Brien did pinch hit on the 21st, which I think that was yesterday's game, and I think at a 243 hitter right-hander, I don't see Schofield anywhere. Really, Schofield has been like out of it. I'm gonna provide some candidates for you all. I don't see Russ Gibson. I'm ruling out Thomas. We used him already in another game when there was no sign that he was available. going against Aker, the right-hander. And your choices are O'Brien, 243, right-handed hitter, Dalton Jones, 220, left-handed hitter. Or Tom Satriano, 221, left-handed hitter. And I'm gonna give you the illusion of choice, multiple choice, as I take a break here. Boy, has this been a game. Boy, has this been a game. Again, I could use George Thomas. And Joel, if you want to overrule, I completely would support you on using George Thomas, the 353 hitter with 51 at-bats, a right-hander. So I completely would support that. Just so you can see while I take my break, and if you're kind enough to think about it, Jones and Satriano are left-handers, both about the same average, against the right-hander Aker, and O'Brien is hit about 20 points better. I don't know that he's really, it looks like Dalton Jones, they're both, it's about an even call. These are your left-handers, here's your right-hander, and then here's your wild card, George Thomas, who's a lot better against left-handers. He's not that much better than the rest of them. And Joel Horland says it's George Thomas. George Thomas it will be. And folks, he's not that much better than the left-handers that are available from at least an eyeball. Okay, Horland says using Pep equals using Thomas, even though Pep pinch hit on the 23rd, and there's no sign of Thomas anywhere. But I hear what you're saying. And the new pitcher we've already established for Jarvis will be Siebert. We've already established this. Pitching his second game in a row. So when we return, it will be George Thomas leading off, and he's a 1-10, by the way. I agree with that, Joel Horland. And it's only a fantasy game. I will be back in just a few minutes. Again, folks, it's 2-2. It's a tie ball game. And I'm Jeffrey Guterman. This is the Strat-O-Matic Network. We'll be back just in a few minutes. We're back in Studio B, Jeffrey Guterman, for a unusual, extraordinary ball game. So all tied up here, and George Thomas, and I'm telling you, I am fighting myself not to take that hit, Kathy, because it's a very small micro, but it might. Tends to make me anxious, doesn't help with anxiety, but it would maybe, liven up my senses a little bit. I'm not going to ask you to make that call, unless you want to. And a special thanks to Kathy and Joel for their help thus far. I could not have done it without you. Bottom of the eighth, 2-2 ball game. Jack Aker, the third pitcher now. And George Thomas, a .353 hitter with 51 at bats, justified to lead it off. Here's Aker now. The windup and the pitch to Thomas. 2-4, and he grounds it to short. Stick Michael has it. And throws it over to Pepitone at first for the out. And there's another case where we used him. Maybe when we should, might not. He had a 400 on base percentage. And he grounds out to Michael on a 2-4 right-handed. But Aker is not done. Here's Billy Canigliaro now. Yankees 2, Red Sox 2, bottom of the eighth. Siebert warming to come in for the ninth. Here's Aker. Whoops. Get that die. Oh, there it is. Oh. Here's Aker. .68 right-handed, grounds it to third for Cox. And he throws him out. 2 away. 6'8" right-handed. For Mike Andrews, who, be careful with this guy, he's got power. This game has not been for the faint of heart, and I have lived it. I am just beside myself. Andrews 0 for 3. He's got end power. Here's Aker. And the pitch to Andrews. 1-8, walked him. Aker a +4 with Munson a +2. Makes him 1-15 not being held. This is a tough call because the chances of him getting the lead are very low. If anyone wants to chime in on this, I say don't hold him. He's a 1-15 with a lead. And then he's got to go for it with 2 outs. Boy, that's a tough call because it's almost worth getting him in scoring position with 2 outs. Anybody want to hold him? Any feedback? Otherwise, I'm not going to hold him. And I don't think I'm going for the lead either. Any feedback would be appreciated, but we'll just let it go. Andrews on first, 2 outs, and here's Karl now. No hold. Confirmed by Kathy. Here's Karl. Karl 0 for 3. Aker. And the pitch. 1-6, he walked him. The go-ahead run in scoring position for Reggie Smith. Rico on deck. Aker walks 2 here. And he has finally sent me Mike Garman, who has a very good card. In fact, better than the pitchers hitting the nameless player. Let me just... Finally got the Garmin card. And it was a pretty good looking card. It's just been unbelievable. There he is. The go-ahead run is in scoring position for Reggie Smith. Aker from the stretch. And the pitch to Smith. 2-12. Oh, it's a base hit. Runner will hold. Andrews at third. A single 1 asteroid. Just past Clark. Mercer was very quick to throw it into home plate. .212 right-handed, single 1-5. It was a 1 on that devil die. Sure would be anticlimactic, wouldn't it be? I don't know if I want this game to end or continue because I'm a wreck. I'm a total frickin' wreck. Here's Rico Petrocelli now. Bases loaded, 2 outs. Aker has loaded him up. And he was lucky it was just a chip shot into center where Andrews was held. Here's Aker now, full windup, and the pitch to Rico. 5-4. Uh-oh, ballpark slash, but it's a 10. Oh my, right-handed in Boston. Oh, it's a base hit, and the go-ahead run scores. Oh, 5-4. Ballpark slash. 1-14, it was a 10. And I think this might be the time for realism's sake to take Aker out, unless any of you have any objections. If you want to game the system, you keep him in. He's got a 3.17 ERA, but in terms of realism, you might say, well, he doesn't have the right stuff, and it's a 3-2 game now. The hell am I doing here with Boston on this side? Mixing up my folks here. I thought it would be a nice leisurely game. I thought it would be something, you know, I could do, Kathy. But little did I know it would bring me such angst. The batter due up is Tony Conigliaro. Candidates to come in would be Bonson, who is not as good as Aker, a right-hander, against Conigliaro. Or Hamilton, who is just about as good, but he's a left-hander. And that is only if we want to be realistic. After allowing 2 walks and 2 singles, is this a situation where we would replace him? Any feedback? Any feedback at all? It's 3-2 Red Sox. And if you're looking ahead to the top of the ninth, for the Yankees, it will be Mercer, Tepedino, and Cox. Mercer, Tepedino, and Cox. If there's no recommendation, I'm going to keep Aker in. One more time to get the 3rd out. think Houck might have removed him in real world, but a better pitcher than anybody else. So here's Tony Conigliaro. He can bust this game wide open. Here's Aker now. And the pitch to Koenig. 2-4, fly ball left. This should end the inning. Under it is White. He makes the catch, and the side is retired. But 1 run, and Aker now on record as the loser of record. The winner of the loser of record. Jarvis, the winner, after pitching 1/3. And here's Sonny Siebert. It's a 3-2 game. It will be Mercer and Siebert, a right-hander, taking his warm-ups. It will be Mercer, left-handed hitter, Tepedino, left-handed hitter, and Cox, a 215 hitter. Tepedino 231, Mercer 259. And there's really nobody to hit. Kathy for the Yankees, you have Ron Woods 183. Bill Robinson 171. Gibbs 224, it's not much better. Kenny 257, who's not playing. We can pull another one where we use him because we used Thomas, because we used Pepitone. And Jim Little 181. Look at that bench. I think Kenny's hurt. But we'll have Mercer come up here to lead it off. Siebert for the save. 3-2 Red Sox. Here's Siebert. Pitch to Mercer. 5-6, chops it to second. Andrews throws it over to Yastrzemski for the first out. Now here's Frank Tepedino, a 231 hitter. Played in this game in real world, but he's a left-hander. And they let him play the whole game. Here's Tepedino now. Siebert the windup and the pitch. 211 right-handed. Fly ball to right. And it's Tony Conigliaro for the second out. And this is Cox. Isn't that something? Cox, a 215 hitter. We could bring in Jerry Kenny, a left-handed hitter. really the only choice. Anybody at all? We'll bring in Kenny. Jerry Kenny, 2 outs, nobody on. W Power. 3-8, 1-5, and this is a tie game though. Here's Siebert. .69 left-handed, fly ball to left. Billy Conigliaro under it for the catch, and the game is over. I'm so depressed. I'm so depressed. The final score, Red Sox 3, Yankees 2. The win goes to Jarvis, 1/3 of an inning. I guess they could give it to Garman if a scorer ruled. Siebert gets the save. He got the Yankees 1-2-3. Aker, the loss. The final line, Red Sox 3 runs. Those damn Sox, 5 hits, 2 errors. The Yankees 2 runs, 4 hits, and 1 error. Thank you again to Joel and Kathy. Back to reality, back to my life. This game went over 4 hours. I think an argument could be made to give Garman the win, even though he left as a tie ball game. That's the only issue. Pitcher receives a win when he is the pitcher of record when his team takes the lead for good, with a couple of rare exceptions. And I'm reading this off MLB.com. First, the starting pitcher must pitch at least 5 innings. If he does not, the official scorer, that doesn't apply. There's also a rarely used clause where an official scorer can deem a relief pitcher's appearance brief and ineffective, which Jarvis was not ineffective. If that's the case, the scorer can award the win to a pitcher who followed that brief and ineffective pitcher. Okay, well, that wouldn't apply either. And which reliever gets the win really is up to the scorer. So I think we're just gonna keep it the way it is. I want to thank you all for being here. This took a lot out of me, folks, because I have a lot going on personally. Stay strong, everybody. I don't think I'm up for another game today. These are really taking a lot out of me. But again, I want to thank those of you who were here. Stay strong, everybody. Stay well. And boy, am I glad I didn't take that hit, because I'm not up for that. Just make me anxious. This has been a presentation of the Strat-O-Matic Network. My name is Jeffrey Guterman. Thank you, Kathy. As always.